station, kicking off a handover period of just over a day between the two crews. An abbreviated handover compared to others that have preceded it, that designed to provide this opportunity for undocking, thus maximizing the best weather conditions that were forecast for this coming week, for over the next few days. This is our best shot with pristine weather off the coast of Florida to bring the Crew-9 crew home.
Station on 2 for ID egress.
Go ahead on 2.
We are in step 5.2 and we found some pieces of dust around the hatch seal area, so we are going to clean them with cotton tape.
Copy and concur with the plan.
Japan Aerospace Exploration. Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi newly arrived on the station as part of Crew-10, noticing a few flecks of dust along the hatch seals, so he will clean those off. We want to make sure that there's no foreign object debris at that hatch seal that could compromise the integrity of an airtight seal between pressurized mating adapter number 2 and the interface with the Dragon Freedom. You're looking right across Nick Hague, the commander of the Dragon Freedom, the mission director at SpaceX's Mission Control Room in Hawthorne, reporting back to NASA Flight Director Marcos Flores here in Mission Control in Houston, that we're just about ready for suit leak checks.
Waiting for call for 5.3.
Talk, you are go for step 5.3.
Okay, copy. We are go for closing the apex hatch, and I have one question for you.
Go ahead.
Another view of the crew aboard Dragon Freedom, looking.
There is one SpaceX bag. It's labeled as unarmed PFD. The bag number is 153, and its carabiner is attached to one of the bungees in PMS3. Can we just leave it as it is?
Checking.
Once again, you're looking at a view across the 4 crew members, Butch Wilmore in the foreground, Alexander Gorbanov to his left, then Nick Hague, and just obscured on the far right-hand side of this configuration is Sonny Williams.
SpaceX Freedom on the big loop, section 5 complete. We've got everybody suited with successful intercom checks.
SpaceX copies on successful intercom checks. Continue to section 6.
Freedom, welcome.
And in preparation of the leak checks of the 4 suits by the Crew-9 crew members, Butch Wilmore and the others putting their hands in their gloves, those will be securely zipped in place before the leak checks will begin.
Station Houston on the big loop for the bag.
Go ahead on 2.
We would like you to remove that bag from PMA 3 temp stow in node 2, and we will find a permanent home for it after the undock.
Okay, we'll temp stow it in node 2.
SpaceX Freedom on the big loop. Section 6 is complete.
SpaceX copies completion of 4.010.
The hatch between the International Space Station and pressurized mating adapter number 2 is now closed. The Dragon hatch was closed at 10:05 p.m. Central Time, 11:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Just about 2 minutes ago at 10:26 Central, 11:26 p.m. Eastern, the station hatch also closed, and that sets the stage for the vestibule depressurization and final leak checks at the docking interface. Another perspective of Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanoff. Butch Wilmore is to Gorbanoff's right. Essentially, you're looking over the shoulder of Sonny Williams, who's in the far left seat, if you will, in the seating configuration on the Dragon Freedom.
Freedom SpaceX on the big loop. You have a go for procedure 4.011. We'll meet you in section 2 when ready.
Freedom copies go for 4.011 to the tip, and we'll press through section 1. We'll check in with you in section 2.
The crew closing their visors in advance of the individual leak checks on their suits. to the Dragon Freedom during the time it was docked to the zenith or space-facing port of the Harmony module. Originally, Freedom docked at the forward port of Harmony and then back on November 3rd with Williams, Wilmore, Hague, and Gorbanoff on board. Umbilical demate reported to be complete. As we stand by for the initiation of the opening of the hooks, 2 gangs of hooks, 12 hooks in all, holding Dragon to the docking port on the zenith side of Harmony. Again, Harmony was the port of call for Freedom initially when it arrived back in September. The forward port itself, it experienced a relocation maneuver with Hague, Gorbanoff, Williams, and Wilmore on board back on November 3rd to move from the forward port to the zenith port, a short spin around the block to reposition that spacecraft where it has been mated and docked to the International Space Station since last November. 3.5 minutes away from physical separation. Once the physical separation occurs between Dragon and the docking port on Harmony, it will begin to move above the station at a very slow rate of about 1/10 of a meter per second. Then will move behind the station. A series of departure burns will then put it on a trajectory to carry it below the station and on its way to a safe distance away from the International Space Station for its deorbit burn that will occur at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday afternoon to begin the final leg of the ride home for Williams, Wilmore, Hague, and Gorbanoff. Two and a half minutes to go until physical separation. All systems reported to be in great shape. The latest weather forecast off the coast of Florida at the splashdown sites indicates pristine weather for the arrival of the Crew-9 crew on Tuesday afternoon.
Open and nominal.
The first gang of hooks has opened, standing by for the second. Springs on both sides of the docking interface will push off against one another to initiate that opening rate for Dragon. "90 seconds till physical separation. Heading into the home stretch for Williams and Wilmore, the beginning of the end for a 9.5-month mission in space." The interface between Dragon and the International Docking Adapter no longer sealed. The International Space Station and Dragon flying from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean at an altitude of 261 statute miles.
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed. Freedom is free of its moorings. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed.
Undocking occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Good motion, good stability on Dragon as it backs away.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0 nominal.
Good opening rate reported by the visiting vehicle officer. Dragon's attitude control system functioning as advertised.
And Freedom on the big loop. On behalf of Crew-9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex and Dave Rutaf, Grill, we know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew-9's going home.
Houston Station on the big loop. Step 2, ISS thrusters are verified enabled. To Crew-9, safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station. Your service has been very much appreciated, and we'll miss you, but have a great journey home.
Crew-9, and this is Zach. I wish we could spend more time with you guys, but many people who love you and whom you love are waiting for you. So safe travel, Godspeed.
And for crew arrival, we ring a bell in Navy tradition, and for Crew-9, I did a baritone salute as you undocked.
Love you guys.
So an exchange of poignant words between the Dragon commander, Nick Hague, as well as the Crew-10 crew, the newly arrived Crew-10 crew members, Anne McLean, Takoya Onishi, and Don Pettit, offering their best wishes and Godspeed for a safe return to Earth on Tuesday afternoon for the quartet aboard the Dragon Freedom. Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station, undocking occurring just about 5 minutes ago. at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, coming up here in the next minute or so will be the spacecraft's exit from what is called the keep-out sphere. That is the first imaginary line between the space station and the departure corridor for the Dragon itself. That will be followed by Dragon maneuvering to a Sun communications pointing orientation and to enable better communications between the tracking and data relay satellite system and Dragon's communications capability itself. The approach ellipsoid exit, that basically is the end of integrated operations where Dragon will cross that imaginary line to move beyond the neighborhood of the station, as it were, is scheduled about 14 minutes from now. The departure one burn now complete, all nominal.
Depart burn 1 nominal. Your go to DOF suits per procedure 4.012, and a final reminder that the big loop will be deactivated following Dragon's exit from the approach ellipsoid.
Copy. Good depart 1 burn, and we are good to DOF suits. That's in work. Momentarily, we'll expect to go off big loop when we get outside the filter.
That's a good readback, Freedom.
With all the Freedom thrusters operating in perfect fashion, the acknowledgement by the spacecraft communicator in Hawthorne to Commander Nick Hague aboard Freedom that the crew has been given the go-ahead to get out of their entry suits for the time being, get into more comfortable clothing as Dragon continues its traverse away from the International Space Station. This will continue throughout the course of the overnight hours into tomorrow afternoon, a series of pre-programmed maneuvers that will enable Freedom to be in a position for its deorbit burn on Tuesday afternoon. That deorbit burn is scheduled to take place at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be a 7-minute, 29-second braking maneuver to enable Dragon to slip out of orbit. Its velocity slowed by 53.2 meters per second, enabling it to begin its high-speed entry back through Earth's atmosphere and a parachute-assisted splashdown off the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf of America at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time.
Station and Houston, on the big loop, Dragon has exited the keep-out sphere.
Station copies.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop. Dragon
acknowledging
has exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a 24-hour safe free drift path. Configure comm for Dragon to ground in preparation for big loop deactivation. And Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop. Premature call. We have exited the keep-out sphere but are still in the approach ellipsoid.
SpaceX Freedom, come check on the hidden light.
Freedom, we have you loud and clear. How us?
With Dragon having crossed the keep-out sphere, next major milestone will be the exiting of the approach ellipsoid to depart the neighborhood of the station. With that, we'll toss it for the moment back to Hawthorne and Veronica and Sandra.
Thanks so much, Rob. As Rob just mentioned, we are now waiting for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid, also known as AE, which is another imaginary shape, this time a three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, in the same family as the Keep Out sphere. It's one of several safety zones set up to govern visiting spacecraft, either arriving or departing the station. Before moving into the Keep Out sphere or the approach ellipsoid, spacecraft have to be configured where they would not cross the imaginary boundary for a set period of time, even if the spacecraft lost all maneuvering.
That's right, and that approach ellipsoid, once we get past that milestone, will be something that we call the end of integrated operations. And integrated operations means that we are talking to each other on the big loop. So we did hear those communications back and forth. The big loop is essentially not only the crew on the International Space Station, the crew in Dragon, but also both Mission Control Houston and in Hawthorne. Hence the name, the Big Loop, because they're all working together to make sure that they have common communications during some of these dynamic portions of flight. So again, we are standing by for approach ellipsoid exit at 10:24 p.m. Pacific time. And on your screen there, we are getting a view of Dragon from the International Space Station, now quite a bit smaller than when we just saw a few minutes ago, undocking at 10:05 p.m. Pacific. Also in the line of sight there, we have a small view of the Canada arm, which is a robotic arm that helps do some maneuvering and is utilized a lot during spacewalks on board the International Space Station. So to recap, the hatches between the International Space Station and Dragon were closed earlier today at 8:05 p.m. Pacific, 11:05 p.m. Eastern. Since then, the crew has settled in and is working to take off their spacesuits for their 17-hour journey back to Earth. The joint NASA and SpaceX teams did, of course, pull go to proceed with undocking, and that undocking command was then sent at 10 p.m. Pacific, followed by umbilical retraction and hooks opening, with physical separation taking place at 10:05 p.m. Pacific, as the Space Station and Dragon were traveling 261 statute miles off the coast of Guam over the Pacific Ocean. Dragon then completed 2 of 4 departure burns and has exited the Keep Out sphere, and we are now just minutes away from Dragon crossing the approach ellipsoid to set the spacecraft and Crew-9 up for their path back to Earth. Again, Dragon is targeting to splash down off the coast of Florida in the Gulf at 2:57 p.m. Pacific, 5:57 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, March 18th, marking the completion of a long-duration science and research mission.
Great views right now on your screen of Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California.
It looks like we're starting to get maybe some views there of Dragon as well. These views are being controlled by one of the flight controllers in Mission Control Houston called Cronus, and they help to make sure that the cameras are in position to view not only visiting vehicles that are arriving and departing, but also help to ensure that cameras are in position to get great Earth views, ensure that perhaps if we're flying over a natural disaster like a hurricane or a wildfire, they are ensuring that those great cameras on board the International Space Station are being put to good use to capture all of the science and research that we can aboard the microgravity laboratory. And, you know, fun fact, actually, the International Space Station will be celebrating 25 years of continuous human presence this November. So if you are younger than 25 years old, you have never known a day in your life where there was not a human being living and working aboard the International Space Station.
That is so cool to me. It's just this amazing step forward for human exploration in space.
And with that, we're going to check back in with Rob Navius at the Johnson Space Center one more time. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Sandra. You mentioned that continuous presence on board the International Space Station. We are approaching the point of the approach ellipsoid exit, which will mark the end of integrated operations with the International Space Station and the flight control team here in Houston. Just a reminder, on board, 7 crew members representing 3 nations: Alexei Ovchinin, the station commander, and his Roscosmos colleagues Ivan Wagner and Kirill Peskov, Anne McLean, Nicole Ayers, and Don Pettit of NASA, and Takoya Onishi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Ovchinin, Wagner, and Pettit are next up to depart the station. On April 19th, they are scheduled to return home to the steppe of Kazakhstan and a parachute-assisted landing on April 19th U.S. time, April 20th in Kazakhstan. Before that happens, another NASA astronaut, Johnny Kim, along with 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, will be launching from Baikonur on April 8th as that continuous presence of researchers on board the International Space Station continues unbroken. Sandra?
And thank you so much, Rob, for that update. We really appreciate you joining us here as you spent your evening in Mission Control Houston. Again, we are continuing to get these views following Dragon's undocking from the International Space Station at 10:05 p.m. Pacific time. That sets us up for a splashdown tomorrow afternoon at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time off the coast of Florida. And so we did mention that the crew was busy with a lot of science and research investigations during their time on board the International Space Station. That really is the whole point of the International Space Station, is to conduct science and research investigations, eventually leading to longer duration missions to the moon and then on to Mars.
We're, of course, standing by for any further communications from Crew-9 on board Dragon Freedom at this time. But it's a great opportunity for us to comment on some of the amazing science that Crew-9 conducted while they were on board the station. In total, Crew-9 completed more than 150 experiments, conducting over 900 hours of research. Following their splashdown tomorrow, some of those time-sensitive experiments will be among the first offloaded off the capsule and then returned to various research facilities across the country so that the science can continue.
And in addition to that science, they also completed a few spacewalks, one of which was to actually swab the outside of the International Space Station for microorganisms to see if anything might potentially be able to survive the harsh environment of space, which is pretty interesting. Another one was a spacewalk to remove a radio frequency group, or the RFG. NASA astronaut Sunny Williams was able to successfully remove that, which was a big milestone for NASA. And as you mentioned, over 530 hours specifically dedicated to NASA science between NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams. So that just goes to show the great use that the microgravity lab has for science and research on the ground.
I still can't get over that fact that you shared that it has been almost 25 years of continuous operation on board the ISS. That's amazing.
Yes, over 270
Station
people.
on 2 for PMA3 closeout photos.
Go ahead, Ann.
I just downlinked the card with all of the PMA3 and IDA and Dragon Hatch photos, as well as Crew-9 departure. Those are on SSC 17.
Copy, 17.
And just want to clarify, also on 17, I did a whole series of kind of inspection documentation photos before departure, and then a series after departure per the instructions. So 2 different folders with before and after photos.
We copy.
And that was the voice of NASA astronaut Ann McClain, who is still on board the International Space Station, stepping through procedures with the ground to wrap up after undocking, taking some photography of the hatch that the team on the ground will inspect, make sure everything checks out just fine. So we are awaiting the confirmation that Crew Dragon Freedom has exited the approach ellipsoid. We're expecting that here in just a couple of seconds here, really. So we might hear that call out here shortly.
And again, if you're just joining us, the approach ellipsoid is a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers in the same family as the keep-out sphere. One of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours again, even if it lost all maneuvering.
That's exactly right. So we'll continue to stand by for that. Now, you may be wondering, what will the crew be doing during their 17-hour phasing? You did hear the call out earlier that they had to go to doff or take off their spacesuits. So they'll get settled in, have the opportunity to have a meal, and try and get some sleep before their targeted splashdown off the coast of Florida tomorrow afternoon at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow afternoon. So we are looking forward to seeing them splash down off the coast of Florida tomorrow. So continuing to stand by for that approach ellipsoid exit. Should be hearing the call out any moment now. And that will really end the portion of integrated operations between the Space Station Dragon, Hawthorne, Mission Control, and Mission Control Houston as well.
Freedom, SpaceX on the Big Loop. Dragon has now exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a 24-hour safe free drift path. Please make sure that comm is configured for Dragon to ground.
And SpaceX Freedom on Dragon to ground. Understand we're out the approach. Ellipsoid, 24-hour freedom.
Good confirmations there, both from Mission Control and Dragon.
And again, we did hear confirmation that Dragon Freedom has now exited the approach ellipsoid, or AE, which is that imaginary shape that's three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers in the same family as the keep-out sphere. So one of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call that 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. This means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, again, even if it lost all maneuvering.
With that, Crew-9 has officially departed the International Space Station. As Sandra mentioned, it will take them about 17 hours until they make their way back to Earth. So the crew is currently settling, as Sandra mentioned, for a little bit of dinner, or maybe get their suits off before they take some time to rest before returning to Earth. Dragon is, of course, targeted to splash down off the coast of Florida tomorrow at 5:57 p.m. Eastern, 2:57 p.m. Pacific on March 18th, followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by a SpaceX recovery vessel. As they rest up, our teams here will continue to keep an eye on the weather to ensure a safe return for Dragon and our Crew-9 astronauts.
And though our coverage here in Hawthorne today is wrapping up for now, we will turn it over to the NASA team in Houston to take us through the next phases of the Crew-9 mission. Our friends at the Johnson Space Center will provide continuous live audio-only coverage along Crew-9's journey home until we rejoin tomorrow. You can find the audio-only link by visiting nasa.gov/live and clicking the mission audio link, or by searching for NASA Mission Audio Live Feed on YouTube at go.nasa.gov/live ISS.
Meanwhile, we'll rejoin you for live visual coverage starting roughly 1 hour prior to splashdown at 1:45 p.m. Pacific. As always, you can find mission updates on X at NASA, at SpaceX, and on the web at nasa.gov. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you.
Experienced a relocation maneuver with Haig, Gorbanoff, Williams, and Wilmore on board back on November 3rd to move from the forward port to the zenith port, a short spin around the block to reposition that spacecraft where it has been mated and docked to the International Space Station since last November. 3.5 minutes away from physical separation. Once the physical separation occurs between Dragon and the docking port on Harmony, it will begin to move above the station at a very slow rate of about 1/10 of a meter per second. Then we'll move behind the station. A series of departure burns will then put it on a trajectory to carry it below the station and on its way to a safe distance away from the International Space Station for its deorbit burn that will occur at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday afternoon to begin the final leg of the ride home for Williams, Wilmore, Hague, and Gorbanoff. Two and a half minutes to go until physical separation. All systems reported to be in great shape. The latest weather forecast off the coast of Florida at the splashdown sites indicates pristine weather for the arrival of the Crew-9 crew on Tuesday afternoon.
Open and nominal.
The first gang of hooks has opened, standing by for the second. Springs on both sides of the docking interface will push off against one another to initiate that opening rate for Dragon. "90 seconds till physical separation, heading into the home stretch for Williams and Wilmore, the beginning of the end for a 9.5-month mission in space." The interface between Dragon and the International Docking Adapter no longer sealed. The International Space Station and Dragon flying from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean at an altitude of 261 statute miles.
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed. Freedom is free of its moorings. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed.
Undocking occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Good motion, good stability on Dragon as it backs away.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0 nominal.
Good opening rate reported by the visiting vehicle officer. Dragon's attitude control system functioning as advertised.
And freedom on the big loop. On behalf of Crew-9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex and Dave Kraft, Kirill, we know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish and we'll be waiting for you. Crew-9's going home.
Houston Station on the Big Loop, Step 2, ISS thrusters are verified enabled. To Crew-9, safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station. Your service has been very much appreciated, and we'll miss you, but have a great journey home.
Crew-9, and this is back. I wish we could spend more time with you guys, but many people who love you and whom you love are waiting for you. So safe travel, Godspeed.
And for crew arrival, we ring a bell in Navy tradition, and for Crew-9, I did a baritone salute as you undocked.
The Freedom Commander to Haig's right will be Alexander Gorbanov, and you see Butch Wilmore on the far left. The undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station will take Freedom above and behind the orbital laboratory through a series of what are known as departure burns. Freedom then will swing below the space station on a trajectory for the deorbit burn, a 7-minute, 29-second braking maneuver that is scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time on Tuesday afternoon, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time. That will slow Dragon down by more than 50 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for its high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and a parachute-assisted splashdown off the coast of Florida. Once again, the 4 Dragon Freedom crew members you see in this view. Butch Wilmore on the far left, Alexander Gorbanov with his back to the camera, Nick Haig just out of the field of view, and Sonny Williams on the far right of your screen. The hatch was closed at 10:05 p.m. Central Time, 11:05 p.m. Eastern Time. The station hatch will be closed just a short time from now, enabling a series of leak checks to occur to make sure we have an airtight seal before the pressurization of pressurized mating adapter number 2 can begin. The vestibule will be depressed to vacuum, setting the stage for the initiation of the commanding of the opening of the hooks holding Dragon in place and the physical separation of Dragon from Harmony, with undocking scheduled at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time.
SpaceX Freedom with a question.
Freedom, go ahead.
Yeah, I got handover training from Ann where they deployed their temp sensors on the uphill. I was looking for something in the downhill timeline that would show me when we should deploy those sensors and when we should collect them back up and stow them. Looking for some guidance.
Freedom, perfect timing. We did not have a chance to put this on the crew timeline, so we actually had, we were about to call you guys up and remind you that now would be a great time to deploy those handheld temperature sensors per procedure 2.203 in your tablet PDFs.
Okay, we'll start putting that in work. And then in terms of picking them up and stowing them back, I assume when we come back on duty after the off-duty period, that's a reasonable time to start cleaning it up.
Affirm, Nick. We will have a reminder to tell you guys to stow the handheld temp sensors at the end of your off-duty. And if you're ready, I actually have some information for your off-duty period if you're ready to copy.
Ready?
Tom, tomorrow for the end of your off-duty is looking a bit spotty. We want to make sure that we start deorbit prep on the right foot, so we're going to end off-duty an hour earlier. That will put crew off-duty ending at 1450 Zulu. How copy? And Freedom SpaceX, you came through very quiet.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit louder. 1450 Zulu is end of off-duty.
Affirm. And we got you loud and clear now.
Excellent.
We are coming to you live from Mission Control Houston from the International Space Station Flight Control Room with live mission audio coverage as NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 makes their way through a 17-hour phasing period to eventually splash down off the coast of Florida. Coming up in about 6 minutes, we will have the Depart Burn 2, which will ultimately give Dragon and the crew the boost they need to return home. Right now, we are standing by to receive confirmation of the start of that burn. This burn will last about 44 seconds and will adjust the attitude of the spacecraft about 3 meters per second. Crew-9 undocked from the Zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module at about 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time earlier this morning. The Crew-9 quartet, NASA astronaut Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov conducted hundreds of science experiments and technology demonstrations that will benefit humanity back on Earth, as well as in the future as we look forward to exploring further beyond low Earth orbit. While on station, Crew-9 in total saw the arrival of 8 vehicles, as well as a departure of 8 vehicles. Those arrival vehicles included 5 resupply missions, 2 commercial crew missions, and 1 Soyuz mission, with NASA astronaut Don Pettit aboard. Crew-9 saw the departure of 5 resupply vehicles as well, and 2 commercial crews and 1 Soyuz mission with Tracy Dyson. The undocking between Dragon Freedom, with the crew on board, and the International Space Station will take Freedom above, behind, and below the orbiting laboratory through a series of maneuvers that are known as departure burns. Freedom will swing below the space station on a trajectory for the deorbit burn, about a 7-minute and 29-second maneuver that is scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time later this afternoon, March 18th. This burn will ultimately slow Dragon down by more than 50 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for a high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere and a parachuted assisted landing or splashdown off the coast of Florida. Again, we have that Depart Burn 2 coming up in about 2.5 minutes. About 30 minutes ago, Dragon and the crew exited the approach ellipsoid, a 4 by 2 by 2 kilometer boundary around the space station. That approach ellipsoid exit was the burn that ultimately brought Dragon and the crew outside of that keep-out sphere and will ultimately begin the phasing period for NASA's SpaceX Crew-9. During this phasing period, Dragon, Freedom, and Crew-9 will undergo a series of automatic maneuvers, meaning the crew won't have to do anything, or burns that will prepare Crew-9 for their return back to Earth. And again, NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 is expected to splash down off the coast of Florida at approximately 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time later this afternoon, Tuesday, March 18th. And we are standing by to hear confirmation of Depart Burn 2 coming up in about 50 seconds here. This is the 5th burn so far on their journey back home. And we just heard confirmation that Depart to Burn is indeed in progress.
Freedom, SpaceX, Depart Burn 2 complete and nominal.
As you just heard, we just received confirmation of a nominal Depart to Burn, lasting about 44 seconds, and adjusting that attitude of the spacecraft about 3 meters per second. The next burn is scheduled, Depart Burn 3 is scheduled for about the next 45 minutes from now, and it will ultimately pave Dragon on the right path to return home to Earth and splash down off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. We are currently in mission audio coverage and will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 re-entry and splashdown. We will be providing...
SpaceX, I have 3 items/reminders for you. Please report when ready to copy.
We will be providing continuous mission audio coverage through re-entry and splashdown for Crew-9, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston.
SpaceX, I'm ready to copy.
Alrighty, Freedom, I have 3 items for you. Number 1, you guys had a really busy day on station, so we wanted to delay letting you know that we had a minor finding about the ISS water bags for fluid loading. Ground teams discovered that the 250 milliliter water bags are underqualified for splashdown loads on Dragon, and if they're not consumed, they might leak into Dragon structural components. This is not a safety risk for your mission, but would be undesirable for cabin refurbishment progress. The ask on your side is that if you guys are unable to fully consume any of the ISS drinking bags for fluid loading, we will need you to double bag them ahead of final stowage during the deorbit prep as an extra layer of caution. How copy?
We'll double bag. And the plan is we will be, those will be bone dry.
Copy. We're looking forward to them being bone dry and you guys being hydrated. Number 2, a reminder that your off-duty is starting now and that you can use the Do Not Disturb flag in 4.050, your sleep preparation procedure, to keep ground informed of when you guys are trying to sleep.
Okay, liberal use of the Do Not Disturb authorized. Copy.
And finally, a question for you. Ground would like to know if you would like a PMC ahead of off-duty.
And I just polled the crew. No need. We can waive the PMC before off-duty.
SpaceX copies, and when able, please provide a status on the handheld temperature sensor deployment.
We are in the middle of deployment.
We copy. Thank you.
If you are just now joining us, we are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center's Mission Control Houston. Right now we are monitoring NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to eventually splash down off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown is currently set for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Crew-9 undocked from the International Space Station, the zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module, about an hour and a half ago. NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov conducted hundreds of science experiments while on the space station. This spaceflight was Sunny Williams' third flight. She has a total of 608 days in space, the second most by an American astronaut, surpassing Peggy Whitson, who had 675 days in space. Williams also conducted 2 EVAs and now has conducted 9 EVAs total in her career, for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes, the fourth most EVA time ever and most by a woman. Butch Wilmore has totaled 464 days on his third spaceflight. He conducted 1 spacewalk and now has conducted 5 total spacewalks in his career, for a total of 31 hours and 2 minutes. NASA astronaut Nick Hague, on his third spaceflight, had a total of 374 days in space. He conducted 1 spacewalk and now has 4 total spacewalks in his career, for a total of 25 hours and 56 minutes. The Crew-9 mission was Alexander Gorbanov's first spaceflight, and he now has a total of 171 days in space. Coming up in approximately 20 minutes, we will have Depart Burn 3 underway, which will ultimately give Dragon, Freedom, and the crew the boost they need to return home. We are currently standing by to receive confirmation of the beginning of that burn.
Freedom, SpaceX, ground is pulled go for Depart Burn 3.
And you just heard that we have a go for Depart Burn 3.
And we can report that the temperature sensors have successfully been deployed.
Copy on the temperature sensors successfully being deployed. We'll be looking for the serial number associated with each location.
That's no problem. It is consistent with what's used.
Copy. We'll be ready to copy those when ready.
Okay, so for the temp and humidity sensors, serial number 1101 is in the CCMK. Serial number 1102 is on the side hatch handrail, and 1103 is under C2. Globe temp sensors, serial number 1002 is on the C2 armrest. Serial number 1001 is velcroed to C2 between C2 and 3.
SpaceX copies all, and just a reminder that in the event of an emergency, all sensors should be stowed.
Stand.
So as you just heard, we do have a go for Depart Burn 3, which will be underway in about 17.5 minutes or so. This will ultimately give Dragon the boost they need to eventually splash down later this afternoon. This burn will last about 64 seconds, just over a minute, and will adjust the attitude of the spacecraft about 4 meters per second. Over the past weekend, NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 with NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov arrived at the International Space Station on Sunday as the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft named Endurance docked to the orbiting laboratory at 12:04 a.m. Eastern Time.
And SpaceX Freedom.
Go ahead, Freedom.
The forward hatch, the hatch indication or position indication is just a little more offset than I would have expected. I know we passed a leak check. I took a picture of it just so that we could try to fix that on future flights, but it's probably a quarter-inch short of the closed indication.
After Crew-10 arrived to the orbiting laboratory, they completed a direct handover with Crew-9, including science, technology, and procedures to prepare for their departure from the space station. Again, splashdown of Crew-9 is expected later this afternoon at 4:57 p.m.
Freedom,
Central Time.
we're tracking that the hatch indicator is a bit more off, a quarter-inch short of the closed indication. We're tracking. We'll get back to you, but at this time, we did have a successful leak check, and we see a healthy cabin environment.
I'm comfortable. It's just wanted to know and see if it's something we could fix in the future, on future missions.
Yep, we appreciate those heads up and those words.
And as you just heard, the crew aboard Dragon Freedom, that was NASA astronaut Nick Hague, having conversation with flight controllers at the SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. Flight control teams here in Mission Control Houston as well as in Hawthorne, California are continuing to monitor Dragon Freedom and NASA SpaceX.
And Freedom SpaceX for follow-up question.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We were just chatting here on the ground and wanted to confirm that when you guys were closing the hatch that you ratcheted the handle.
Indeed.
We copy. Thanks for that clarification.
Yep,
So,
no problem.
the flight control teams here in Houston and Hawthorne, California are continuing to monitor the spacecraft and the crew as they make their way back to Earth and undergo a series of automatic maneuvers and burns over the next 17 hours or so during their phasing period. Again, we are expecting that depart burn 3 to happen in about 13 minutes or so. This burn will last just over a minute. This is the 6th burn so far on their trip back home. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of the scientific milestones that the crew accomplished during their journey. NASA astronaut Nick Hague processed samples on board the space station for Anthrospira C, an investigation from the European Space Agency that transplants and grows microalgae aboard the space station. These organisms conduct photosynthesis and could be used to convert carbon dioxide exhaled by the crew members into oxygen. This experiment helped maintain a safe atmosphere inside the spacecraft and could also help provide fresh food on long-duration space missions in the future. Researchers are testing the European Enhanced Exploration Exercise device, a modular device that combines cycling, rowing, and resistance exercise to help keep the crews healthy on long-duration missions like Crew-9. This device is a single small device effective at countering bone and muscle loss and improving cardiovascular health that could help the crew on future missions. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore worked on installing this device aboard the International Space Station ahead of its evaluation. Crew-9 also grew red romaine lettuce in the International Space Station's advanced plant habitat, studying how different moisture levels affect the microbial communities in plants and water. These results could show how less than ideal conditions affect plant growth and help scientists design systems to produce safe and nutritious food for crew members during long-duration missions and deep space exploration. During this mission, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams were on a spacewalk together. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore swabbed the exterior of the International Space Station for external microorganisms. This was an investigation exploring whether microorganisms leave the spacecraft through its vents, and if so, which ones survive. Humans carry microorganisms along with them wherever they go, and this investigation could help scientists take steps to limit microbial spread to places like the Moon and to Mars. These experiments and scientific studies are just a few of the hundreds that NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 completed during their stay aboard the orbiting laboratory. Pretty impressive. We will be providing mission audio updates throughout Crew's 17-hour phasing period as we look forward to their return later this afternoon. Coming up in 9 minutes is that depart burn 3, and we are just awaiting confirmation of the start of that burn, and we will return back once we hear that confirmation. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. And that Depart Burn 3 is currently underway. It'll last just over a minute. We'll await confirmation of the completion of that burn. And we just heard confirmation of a nominal burn for Depart Burn 3. Depart Burn 3 ultimately gave Dragon and the crew the boost they need to stay on track to splash down later this afternoon off the coast of Florida. Again, that splashdown is approximately at 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time later this afternoon, Tuesday, March 18th. The next burn that we can be expecting is a departure phase burn. This burn will occur a little after 4 a.m. Central Time, 5 a.m. Eastern Time, and will ultimately pave the way for Dragon to be on track to continue with the Deorbit burn. The Deorbit burn is a 7-minute 29-second braking maneuver that is scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time.
Freedom, SpaceX, no response required. Depart Burn 3 nominal and complete.
And you just heard that confirmation of a nominal Depart 3 burn yet again. These Depart burns are preparing for the Deorbit burn later this afternoon to prepare for splashdown off the coast of Florida. The Deorbit burn will slow down Dragon by more than 50 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for a high-speed re-entry back into the Earth's atmosphere. This will then lead to a parachute-assisted splashdown off the coast, again at approximately 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time later this afternoon. Flight control teams here in Houston, along with SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, are currently monitoring the Dragon spacecraft carrying Haig, Wilmore, Williams, and Gorbanov as they make their way home. We are currently in mission audio coverage and will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. We will be continuing to provide mission audio coverage throughout the phasing period, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston. If you are just now joining us, we are live providing mission audio updates here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center here in Mission Control, Houston. We are currently monitoring NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 mission as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to eventually splash down off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown at the moment is set for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, again off the coast of Florida. NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov have conducted hundreds of science experiments during their long-duration mission aboard the orbiting laboratory. They also saw the arrival of, in total, 8 vehicles, and as well as the departure of 8 vehicles. Williams and Wilmore had a mission duration of 286 days on the International Space Station. And Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov had a mission duration of 171 days. NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 was the 44th Dragon mission to the International Space Station. Crew-10 is currently aboard Dragon Freedom. This is Freedom's 4th flight and previously flew NASA's SpaceX Crew-4, Axiom Mission 2, and Axiom Mission 3. Crew-10 undocked from the Zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module on the space station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time earlier this morning. Again, their splashdown is set for later this afternoon for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, and that time is approximate. While on the space station, some spacewalks were completed. Sunny Williams conducted 2 spacewalks and now has conducted 9 total in her career, for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes. This is the 4th most EVA time ever, and the most completed by a woman. Butch Wilmore conducted an EVA on this mission and now has conducted 5 total in his career, for a total of 31 hours and 2 minutes. Crew-9's Nick Hague conducted 1 spacewalk on this mission and now has conducted 4 total in his career, totaling 25 hours and 56 minutes. This was the 3rd spaceflight for Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Nick Hague, and the 1st for Alexander Gorbanov. So far, we've seen the completion of about 6 automatic maneuvers or burns that are ultimately paving Dragon Freedom on the right path to splashdown off the coast of Florida this afternoon. All of these burns are preparing for the Deorbit burn that is currently scheduled for 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time later this afternoon. And this Deorbit burn will slow Dragon down more than 50 meters per second and will allow it to drop out of orbit for high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere, bringing Crew-9 home. At the moment, we are expecting another burn in about an hour and 45 minutes from now. This will be the departure phase burn and will last, and will move Dragon about 23 miles, again to pave that path and put Dragon on the right journey to return home. While aboard the space station, Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore traveled 121,347,491 statute miles. Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov, they traveled 72,553,920 statute miles. As we wait for the next burn coming up at about 4 a.m., 4:02 a.m. Central Time, 5:02 a.m. Eastern Time, let's get to know the crew a little bit. Nick Hague served as the crew commander for NASA's SpaceX Crew-9. This was his third launch and second mission to the International Space Station. During his first launch in October of 2018, Hague and his crewmates, Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin, experienced a rocket booster failure and it resulted in an in-flight post-launch abort, a ballistic reentry, and a safe landing in their Soyuz MS-10 spacecraft. 5 months later, Hague launched aboard Soyuz MS-12 and served as a flight engineer aboard the space station during Expeditions 59 and 60. During Expedition 59, he was joined by NASA astronaut Anne McClain, who is now currently aboard the space station once again on NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 mission, and they completed their very first spacewalk together. Hague has spent 203 days in space, and that was prior to NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission. He was born in Belleville, Kansas, and earned a bachelor's degree in astronautical engineering from the United States Air Force Academy and a master's degree in aeronautical and astronautical engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Hague was selected as an astronaut by NASA in 2013. He's an active duty colonel in the U.S. Space Force and completed a developmental rotation at the Defense Department, as well as served as the Space Force's Director of Test and Evaluation. At the end of the Crew-9 mission, Nick Hague will have logged 374 days in space. Sonny Williams was the pilot for the Boeing Crew flight test. Before her time on this mission, she had spent 322 days across two missions, Expedition 14 and 15 in 2006 through 2007, and Expedition 32 and 33 in 2012. She's from Massachusetts and also conducted 7 spacewalks prior to Crew-9. She conducted 2 EVAs during the Crew-9 mission and now has 9 EVAs total in her career for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in physical science from the U.S. Naval Academy before obtaining her master's degree in engineering management from the Florida Institute of Technology. In total, Sunny has logged more than 3,000 flight hours in over 30 different aircraft and is set to return home later this afternoon. Butch Wilmore was the commander for the Boeing crew flight test with NASA astronaut Sunny Williams as the pilot. This was his 3rd spaceflight and now has totaled 464 days in space after his current mission to the International Space Station. In 2009, he served as a pilot aboard the Space Shuttle Atlantis for STS-129 and served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 until November 2014, when he assumed command of the space station upon arrival of the Expedition 42 crew. Prior to being selected by NASA in 2000, the father of 2 obtained both his bachelor's degree and master's degree in electrical engineering from Tennessee Technological University. He also graduated with another master's degree in aviation systems from the University of Tennessee. He also is a graduate of the United States Naval Test Pilot School and has completed 4 operational deployments during his tenure as a fleet naval officer and aviator. During his spaceflight, Wilmore conducted 1 spacewalk and now has conducted 5 total in his career, totaling 31 hours and 2 minutes. Alexander Gorbanov, the Roscosmos cosmonaut, embarked on his first trip to the space station as a mission specialist for Crew-9. He studied engineering with qualifications in spacecraft and upper stages from the Moscow Aviation Institute. He graduated from the military department with a specialty in operating and repairing aircraft, helicopters, and aircraft engines. Before his selection as a cosmonaut in 2018, he worked as an engineer for Rocket Space Corp. During the Crew-9 mission, Alexander Gorbanov has a total of 171 days in space. As of right now, we are waiting for the next departure phase burn, which is coming up at around 4 a.m. Central Time, 5 a.m. Eastern Time. At the moment, we are going to be providing continuous mission audio coverage through reentry and splashdown for the Crew-9 mission. We will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for the beginning of coverage of reentry and splashdown. Again, we are on standby for that next burn coming up in about an hour and a half or so. But for now, this is Mission Control Houston. If you are just now joining us, we are live providing live mission audio coverage of NASA SpaceX Crew-9 as they're making their way back home to Earth through a 17-hour phasing period, eventually splashing down off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown is currently set for Tuesday, March 18th at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. At this moment, the International Space Station is currently flying south of Asia across the Indian Ocean. And aboard Dragon Freedom, the Crew-9 crew members are currently off duty. They undocked at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time earlier this morning from the Zenith port, or the space-facing port of the Harmony module on the space station. Dragon has gone through a series of automatic maneuvers, or burns, that have paved the path for Dragon Freedom to bring the crew and a spacecraft back home to Earth later this afternoon. In about 1 hour, we will have the depart phase burn 1 that will ultimately prepare us for the deorbit burn. This deorbit burn is set at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time, and is going to act as a braking maneuver to slow Dragon down and prepare for a parachute-assisted splashdown off the coast of Florida. Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams launched on the Boeing
Freedom SpaceX for hatch troubleshooting.
Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams launched on the Boeing crew flight test on June 5th, 2024, from Space Launch Complex 41 atop a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. Due to systematic issues with the spacecraft, NASA decided to return Butch and Sunny with Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov as a part of the Crew-9 mission.
Freedom. Did you call?
Freedom, we did. Apologies for waking you up, but we have a couple questions about the hatch status, and we would like to confirm that status before deorbit. I have some instructions for you, and can you report when you're ready to copy? For starters, we just want to remind you that you're currently in a safe configuration and that there's no credible way to open the hatch with the delta pressure. First, we would like to confirm the state of the hatch indicator. To ensure we're all on the same page, we want to distinguish the difference between the indicator and the marker. The indicator is the pointy arrow and the marker is the rectangle. Earlier, you called down that the indicator is about 1/4 of an inch off the marker, but we're looking to confirm if the base of the indicator aligns with the marker. How copy?
Copy all. The indicator, actual part that moves from the open to the close, is what comes up short of the marker. And understand we're in a safe config.
Copy. And just to be clear, the non-pointy end of the indicator, does that align with any part of the marker? Can you repeat your last call? We didn't copy.
negative. There's no part of the indicator that aligns marker.
We copy. Based off that, we would like you to deploy the hatch handle and continue to crank the handle until it ratchets, and then carefully stow the handle to ensure that the handle position does not change. Following these actions, we'll be looking for you to report the hatch indicator status. How copy?
So I'll crank on the handle, get it to ratchet some more. And
Affirm on cranking on the handle to see if it ratchets. And Freedom SpaceX, we had a brief loss of comm, but we are with you and waiting and standing by for that hatch indicator status post deploying the handle and continuing to crank.
As you just heard, Nick Hague.
I was able to rotate it another full turns, and then it ratcheted, and the indicator.
And Nick SpaceX, you cut out at the very end of your call. Please repeat your last.
The marker and the indicator are now aligned.
Dragon SpaceX, we copy that the indicator and the marker are now aligned. Again, we apologize on waking you up, but appreciate this. You are now go back to bed. We hope that you have some sweet dreams and good rest.
Thanks.
And as you just heard, the SpaceX teams from Hawthorne, California, and Nick Hague aboard Dragon Freedom real-time worked through a alignment on the hatch of Dragon. The crew is currently in a safe configuration, but of course teams are just constantly monitoring the crew and the spacecraft to ensure safety. At this time, we will be providing continuous mission audio coverage throughout re-entry and splashdown, as well as during their 17-hour phasing period for the Crew-9 mission. Coverage of re-entry and splashdown will begin at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
This is the International Space Station Control Room live from NASA's Johnson Space Center Mission Control. Right now, Crew-9 members Nick Hague, Alexander Gorbanov, Butch Wilmore, and Sunny Williams are currently in their scheduled sleep period as they make their way back to Earth. Once the crew splashes down at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 Eastern, recovery begins with medical evaluations and progression through exercises that improve mobility, balance, flexibility, aerobic conditioning, strength, endurance, and the body's ability to sense its position and movement. Before each mission, astronauts undergo a series of medical tests to establish a pre-flight baseline using key health parameters, including aerobic fitness, agility, strength, and endurance. These pre-flight measures and routine health monitoring while on board the space station help NASA's astronaut strength and conditioning specialists customize and adjust astronauts' exercise plans to optimize performance. The returning astronauts undergo the same pre-flight tests to assess their health status. These results inform a personalized reconditioning program to restore their physical performance safely and progressively to their pre-flight baseline. The astronaut strength and conditioning specialists tailor each rehabilitation plan based on the astronaut's condition, test results, and medical status. As crew members advance through the post-flight program, each aspect of their functional recovery is carefully monitored and addressed to ensure a smooth transition to daily life and prepare them for future missions. In about 30 minutes, the vehicle will undergo a depart burn phase 1, bringing them closer to their splashdown by putting the Dragon spacecraft at the correct altitude and distance away from the space station to prep for deorbit burn. We will be providing continuous mission audio coverage through re-entry and splashdown for NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission. But for now, this is Mission Control Houston.
If you are just now joining us, we are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room, providing live audio mission updates for NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 mission. We just heard that we pulled go for the next burn of the Crew-10 mission, the departure phase 1 burn. This burn will put Dragon at the correct altitude and distance away from the International Space Station to prep for the Deorbit burn. The depart phase burn 1 is the 7th out of 10 burns to ultimately prepare Dragon Freedom and Crew-9 for their return home. That burn is set to happen in the next 18 minutes. Now we just wait for confirmation of the start of that burn. This burn will last about 10 minutes and will move Dragon 23 miles further away from the space station than it already is. So again, that burn is scheduled for the next 18 minutes or so, and we will come back once we get that confirmation. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. We have about 4 minutes left until the beginning of the departure phase burn 1. Again, we are awaiting confirmation for the beginning of that burn, and of course, the confirmation of the nominal burn. About 20 seconds until the burn starts. And we have confirmation of the start of the departure phase burn 1. This burn is the longest burn out of all the 10 scheduled for NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission returning to Earth. The departure phase burn 1 is about 10 minutes in duration, and we'll adjust Dragon and put it at the correct altitude and distance away from the International Space Station to prep for deorbit burn, which is scheduled about 12 hours or so from now. The departure phase burn 1 will move Dragon about 23 miles in altitude and distance. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Again, this is the 7th out of 10 burns for Dragon Freedom. And the undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station will ultimately take Dragon above, behind, and below the orbiting laboratory through a series of maneuvers known as departure burns. We've gone through departure burns 0 through 3 and are now in the next two departure phase burns, and that's departure phase burn 1 and departure phase burn 2. These burns ultimately will lead Freedom to swing below the space station on a trajectory for the deorbit burn. This deorbit burn that we are looking forward to is a 7-minute 29-second braking maneuver, and it's scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time, later this afternoon, March 18th. The deorbit burn is an important burn on this mission, as this burn will slow Dragon down by more than 50 meters per second, allowing Dragon to drop out of orbit for a high-speed re-entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and prepare for a parachute-assisted splashdown off the coast of Florida. NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 is expected to splash down off the coast of Florida at approximately 5:57 p.m. Eastern, and that's later this evening, Tuesday, March 18th. Now, NASA Plus coverage does start at 4:45 p.m. Eastern for that re-entry and splashdown. Coverage will be on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as on social media. Again, that coverage begins at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:45 p.m. Central Time, for a splashdown at approximately 5:57 p.m. Eastern. So we are on standby to receive confirmation of the completion of this departure phase burn 1. Up next is a departure phase burn 2, which will be occurring in approximately 45 minutes from now. The departure phase burn 2 is not as long as the departure phase burn 1. Again, departure phase burn 1 is the longest burn out of all of the 10 we are expecting to receive today. Flight control teams here in Houston and Mission Control Houston, as well as SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, are currently monitoring Dragon Freedom that is carrying the Crew-9 crew member as they make their way home. We are currently in mission audio coverage, and again, we'll be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, again for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. While we are on standby to get confirmation of the completion of departure phase burn 1, we will be providing continuous mission audio coverage, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston. And we just got confirmation that we are halfway through the departure phase burn 1. On your screen, you are seeing the International Space Station view from about 250 miles above Earth, traveling just below South America. NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 just undocked from the International Space Station earlier this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time, where they departed the rest of the Expedition 72 crew. NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov spent a long-duration mission along the orbiting laboratory, performing science experiments and technology demonstrations that will benefit us here back on Earth, as well as in the future as we look forward to exploring further through our Artemis program, going back to the Moon and eventually Mars. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore had a mission duration of 286 days at the time of the Crew-9 splashdown. Later this afternoon, that is about 9.5 months. Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov had a 171-day mission, and that's almost 6 months. Crew-9 is currently in their sleep period and are resting before deorbit burn and re-entry. Again, deorbit burn is scheduled in about 12 hours from now, with splashdown occurring at 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, approximately, off the coast of Florida. And we are on standby to hear about the completion of the Depart Phase 1 burn. And we just heard confirmation of a completed nominal depart phase burn 1. The next burn, the depart phase burn 2, is scheduled for the next 38 minutes. We just completed the 7th burn out of 10 that we are expecting and are looking towards the 8th burn. This next burn, departure phase burn 2, will have a duration of about 53 seconds, so just under a minute. And we'll change the altitude and distance away from the International Space Station at a rate of about 5 meters per second. Both departure burn 0 and 1 successfully led the Dragon Freedom to exit the keep-out sphere. That's the imaginary boundary about 200 meters in radius around the space station. It's one of several safety zones. And depart burns 2 and 3 pushed Dragon on the right path for their return home. Now we have undergone departure phase burn 1 and soon to be departure phase burn 2 that are ultimately correcting that altitude and distance away from the International Space Station to prepare for deorbit burn and eventually splashdown, bringing our Crew-9 astronauts home. We will be providing continuous mission audio coverage. We will be going live on NASA Plus for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. Coverage begins at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, with splashdown at approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time off the coast of Florida. Flight control teams here in Houston, along with SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, are monitoring the Crew and Dragon, and will continue to monitor them throughout their 17-hour phasing period and re-entry and splashdown. Again, we will provide that continuous mission audio coverage throughout splashdown, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston. We are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. At the moment, we are currently monitoring NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission as they join their path to return home and splash down off the coast of Florida. Coming up in about 22 minutes or so, we will undergo departure phase burn 2. This burn will ultimately put Dragon at the correct altitude and distance away from the International Space Station to prep for the deorbit burn. That's scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time later this afternoon. The deorbit burn is one of the major burns in the mission and their re-entry and splashdown. This burn will slow Dragon Freedom down by more than 50 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for a high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere. After this maneuver, a parachuted-assisted landing or splashdown off the coast of Florida will occur at approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew departed station about 4 hours ago. That was at 12:05 a.m. Central Time and 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. They undocked from the Zenith port, or space-facing port, of the Harmony module aboard the International Space Station. The Crew-9 crew members are currently aboard Dragon Freedom. This is the 4th flight for this Dragon capsule that previously flew NASA's SpaceX Crew-4 and the private astronaut missions Axiom Mission 2 and Axiom Mission 3. At the moment, we are on standby. In about 20 minutes, departure phase burn 2 will begin and be underway, and we will be on standby to hear confirmation of a nominal burn. Again, this burn is critical in correcting that altitude and distance away from the International Space Station and prepping the crew and Dragon for its return back home. The Crew-9 crew, NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, they conducted hundreds of science experiments and technology demonstrations while aboard the orbiting laboratory that will ultimately benefit us here back on Earth, as well as in the future as we look forward to exploring beyond low Earth orbit on the Moon and eventually Mars. And we just heard confirmation here in Mission Control Houston that we are go for departure phase burn 2. Again, that burn is happening in about 19 minutes or so. And we're on standby for confirmation of that start. During their long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station, they completed hundreds of scientific experiments and technological demonstrations, some of which included testing exercise devices that help keep humans healthy while in spaceflight, growing plants, and the study of how moisture levels affect these environments and our humans aboard the International Space Station. Some of the crew wore biomonitor vests and headbands. This set of garments contained sensors that collect data such as heart rate, breathing rate, blood pressure, and temperature. NASA astronaut Nick Hague also processed samples for Anthrospira C. This is an investigation from the European Space Agency that transplants and grows microalgae aboard the International Space Station. These organisms conduct photosynthesis and could be used to convert carbon dioxide exhaled by the crew into oxygen, and ultimately helping maintain a safe atmosphere inside the spacecraft. While aboard station, a few of the astronauts had the opportunity to exit the orbiting laboratory, exit the hatches, and conduct spacewalks, performing maintenance on the exterior of the International Space Station. NASA astronaut Suni Williams conducted 2 spacewalks during her spaceflight, and she now has conducted 9 total spacewalks in her career, totaling 62 hours and 6 minutes. Now that's the fourth longest space-time, cumulative space-time ever, and the most by a woman. Butch Wilmore conducted 1 spacewalk during his spaceflight and now has conducted 5 total in his career, and that's total of 31 hours and 2 minutes. NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams launched on the Boeing Crew Flight Test June 5, 2024, from Space Launch Complex 41 on top of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. But due to systematic issues with the spacecraft, NASA decided to return Butch and Suni with Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov as a part of the Crew-9 mission. NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida back in September. This marked the first time a human spaceflight mission launched from that pad. At the end of this mission, concluding splashdown later this evening, Wilmore and Williams will have a mission duration of 286 days, and Hague and Gorbanov will have spent 171 days in space. Again, Crew-9 is currently in their sleep period at the moment, getting some rest following an undocking earlier this morning, and looking towards an upcoming splashdown off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. That's scheduled for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, with NASA Plus coverage beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. Crew-9 is the 9th crew rotation mission of SpaceX Human Space Transportation System, and its 10th flight with astronauts, including the Demo 2 test flight back in 2020 to the space station through NASA's Commercial Crew Program. We will be providing continuous mission audio coverage through re-entry and splashdown for NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission. Again, we have that departure phase burn 2 coming up in about 14 minutes or so we will be on standby to report when we hear confirmation on the beginning of that burn. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. And we have 5 minutes until the departure phase burn 2, waiting that confirmation. And we're about 2 minutes away from that departure phase burn 2. This burn will last just under 1 minute, traveling at about 5 meters per second, moving Dragon ever so slightly to correct the altitude and distance away from the orbiting laboratory, putting them on track to splash down later this afternoon. Confirmed 1 minute until burn. And that departure phase burn 2 is in progress. We are going to await confirmation of a nominal completion. We just got confirmation of a nominal burn that has been completed. That burn completed at 4:54 a.m. Central Time, 5:54 a.m. Eastern Time, ultimately setting Dragon Freedom up for a deorbit burn later on this afternoon. This deorbit burn will prepare Dragon to enter the Earth's atmosphere and have a parachute-assisted splashdown off the coast of Florida, bringing our NASA SpaceX Crew-9 astronauts back home to Earth. And eventually, they will get on a G5, a NASA G5, and will return to Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center, where they will be reunited with friends and family. At this time, Crew-9 is about 5 hours into their 17-hour phasing period, again targeting a splashdown later this afternoon for 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. The next burn that we can expect is not for another 11 or so hours, and that will be, as mentioned, the deorbit burn. At this time, as we continue to monitor Crew-9 and Dragon Freedom on their way to the internet, or on their way back to return to Earth, flight control teams here in Houston, along with SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, are closely monitoring the Crew-9 quartet as well as Dragon. We are currently in mission audio coverage and will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, and that's for coverage of re-entry and splashdown of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, Nick Hague, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov off the coast of Florida. Again, we will be providing continuous mission audio coverage through that splashdown, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston. Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. Right now we are following NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission as they are on their way to return back home and splashdown off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown is scheduled for approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Crew-9 is on their way to splash down off the coast of Florida. They're going through a 17-hour phasing period at the moment after undocking from the International Space Station at 12:05 a.m. Central Time this morning from the Zenith port on the space-facing side of the Harmony module. Prior to departing the International Space Station, they had a quick handover period, a direct handover period with NASA's SpaceX Crew-10, who just arrived to the International Space Station this past weekend. This handover included science, technology, and procedures to prepare for Crew-9's departure from the orbiting laboratory. NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore, at the time of the splashdown later this afternoon, will have spent 9.5 months during their mission, and Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov will have spent almost 6 months during their mission. Sunny and Butch traveled approximately 121 million statute miles, and Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov traveled 73 million. At this time, we have gone through about 8 burns, and these burns are ultimately paving the path for Dragon Freedom to splash down successfully off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. The undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station takes Dragon above, behind, and below the orbiting laboratory, and these are a series of maneuvers known as burns or departure burns that Freedom will swing around the space station and put it on a trajectory that will ultimately lead to a splashdown. The next burn isn't going to happen for another about 11 hours or so. That's scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time, just about 45 minutes or so before splashdown. This deorbit burn will slow Dragon down by more than 50 meters per second, and this will allow for a high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere and a parachute-assisted splashdown for the Crew-9 crew. Once they have splashed down off the coast of Florida, the U.S. Navy will retrieve the Crew-9 crew and hoist the Dragon Freedom on top of the naval ship and egress the crew safely, and after that the crew will be assessed by medical doctors and will return back home to Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center, where they'll return with their family and friends. This was the third spaceflight for Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Nick Hague, and the first for Alexander Gorbanov. During this long-duration mission to the International Space Station, the Crew-9 crew saw the arrival of 8 visiting vehicles. That includes 5 resupply missions, 2 commercial crews, that was NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 and Crew-9, as well as 1 Soyuz mission carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit. They also saw the departure of 8 visiting vehicles, including 5 resupply missions as well, Starliner and NASA's SpaceX Crew-8, as well as 1 Soyuz mission carrying NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. Crew-9 spent months aboard the International Space Station completing science experiments and technological demonstrations to help benefit us back here on Earth, as well as prepare for future missions as we travel further beyond low Earth orbit. While aboard the space station, Crew-9, as well as the rest of the Expedition 72 crew members, partook in quite a few science experiments, some of which include testing these exercise devices to keep humans healthy aboard the International Space Station, growing plants, swabbing the exterior of the International Space Station for microorganisms to determine if any microorganisms leave the spacecraft through its vents, and if so, which ones survive. NASA astronaut Nick Hague also installed patches during a spacewalk to repair damage to thermal shields that block out sunlight while allowing X-rays to pass through. Again, NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 is currently in their sleep period aboard Dragon Freedom, and they are on their way to splashdown off the coast of Florida this afternoon. We have gone through about 8 burns out of 10, and are expecting our next burn, the Deorbit burn, in about 10 hours and 47 minutes from now. We will be providing continuous mission audio coverage through re-entry and splashdown, and we will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for coverage of re-entry and splashdown. But for now, this is Mission Control Houston. Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center. We're here in Mission Control Houston providing mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission as they make their way home and approach Earth and are fixing to splashdown later this evening. Splashdown is set for approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time, with NASA Plus coverage beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern. After NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 arrived to the International Space Station this past weekend, they completed a direct handover with Crew-9, and that included science, technology, and procedures to prepare for their departure from the orbiting laboratory. They did undock from the International Space Station this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time, and they undocked from the Zenith port or space-facing port of the Harmony module aboard the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov conducted hundreds of science experiments and technology demonstrations that will benefit humanity back on Earth, as well as in the future as we look forward to exploring further beyond low Earth orbit, to the Moon, and eventually Mars. At the moment, the Crew-9 crew is currently off duty in their sleep period aboard Dragon Freedom. They have been flying for about 6 hours or so since undocking and are in a 17-hour phasing period until they splash down again off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Over the last 6 hours, Dragon Freedom has undergone about 8 burns total. The undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station took Freedom above, behind, and below the orbiting laboratory through a series of maneuvers that are known as departure burns. Freedom swung below the space station on a trajectory that will prepare Freedom for the deorbit burn. The deorbit burn is about a 7-minute, 29-second braking maneuver. This is scheduled at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time, just about 45 minutes before splashdown later this afternoon. This maneuver will slow Dragon down by more than 50 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for a high-speed re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere. After that, we can expect to see a parachute-assisted splashdown of the Crew-9 crew as they make their way back to Earth. On board the Crew-9 crew, Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore had a mission duration of 286 days, about 9.5 months. And Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov had 171 days, almost 6 months. NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams launched on the Boeing Crew flight test on June 5, 2024, from Space Launch Complex 41 on top of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. Due to systematic issues with the spacecraft, NASA decided to return Butch and Sonny with Nick Hague and Alex Gorbanov as a part of the Crew-9 mission. NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission lifted off from the Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. This marks the first time a human spaceflight mission has launched from that pad. At the end of the mission, Wilmore and Williams will have a mission duration of 286 days, and Hague and Gorbanov will have spent 171 days in space. Of course, the Crew-9 quartet conducted hundreds of science experiments and technology demonstrations aboard the orbiting laboratory, some of which include testing exercise devices that will help keep humans healthy during spaceflight. NASA astronaut Nick Hague also processed samples for Anthrospira C, an investigation from the European Space Agency that transplants and grows microalgae above the International Space Station. These organisms could conduct photosynthesis and could be used to convert carbon dioxide exhaled by the crew members into oxygen, helping maintain a safe atmosphere inside the spacecraft. During a recent spacewalk, NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore also swabbed the exterior of the International Space Station for external microorganisms, an investigation exploring whether microorganisms leave the spacecraft through its vents, and if so, which one survives. Humans carry microorganisms with them wherever they go, and this investigation could help scientists take steps to limit microbial spread to places like the Moon and to Mars. Crew-9 did some exercising while on the International Space Station to prevent bone mass loss. They even wore biomonitor vests and headbands that contain sensors to collect data such as heart rate, breathing rate, blood pressure, and temperature. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore also worked with hardware for a study that tests 3D printing of an implantable medical device that could facilitate recovery from peripheral nerve damage, a type of injury that can cause sensory and motor issues. In microgravity, this manufacturing technique produces higher quality devices that may perform better, benefiting the crew members on future long-duration missions and patients back here on Earth. These, of course, are just a few of the hundreds of hours of scientific experiments that Crew-9 completed during their stay aboard the orbiting laboratory. Pretty impressive. While the crew is in their sleep period at the moment, we will be providing continuous mission audio coverage throughout re-entry and splashdown for NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission. We will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for coverage of that re-entry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. live from the International Space Station. We are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Mission Control, Houston, providing you live mission audio coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 as they make their way through a 17-hour phasing period to eventually splash down off the coast of Florida later this afternoon. Splashdown is scheduled for approximately 4:57 p.m. Central Time, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time. NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov undocked from the International Space Station this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time from the Zenith port, or the space-facing port, of the Harmony module. Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore traveled 121 million statute miles during their 9.5-month stay on the International Space Station, as well as almost 5,000 orbits of the Earth. Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov traveled about 73 million statute miles and almost 3,000 orbits of the Earth during their 6-month stay. Since undocking about 6 hours ago, Dragon Freedom and the crew have undergone about 8 burns, departure burns and departure phasing burns, that have ultimately put Dragon on the right path to splash down this afternoon off the coast of Florida. The departure phase burns put Dragon at the correct altitude and distance away from the International Space Station to prepare for deorbit burn later this afternoon, right before splashdown. That deorbit burn is coming up in about 10 hours or so. The undocking between Freedom and the International Space Station took the Dragon spacecraft around the International Space Station and through a series of maneuvers that ultimately put Dragon on the correct trajectory for the deorbit burn and ultimate splashdown and parachute-assisted landing later this afternoon. Flight control teams here in Houston, along with SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, have been monitoring the Dragon spacecraft carrying the crew as they are making their way home. Before departing the International Space Station, Crew-9 welcomed NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 to the orbiting laboratory as they completed a few handover items such as science, procedures, technology, and more before Crew-9 took off from the International Space Station and made their transit into low Earth orbit and soon to be off the coast of Florida, right back home on Earth. Crew-9 also saw the arrival of approximately 8 visiting vehicles and the departure of 8 visiting vehicles, including 10 resupply missions, 4 commercial crew missions, and 2 Soyuz missions carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit and NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. The crew is flying aboard the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft named Freedom, which is making its 4th flight. It has previously flown NASA's SpaceX Crew-4 and the private astronaut missions Axiom Mission 2 and Mission 3. Again, that deorbit burn is scheduled for about 9 hours and 50 minutes from now. We are in mission audio coverage and will be live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, as well as social media, beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time for coverage of reentry and splashdown. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
This is Mission Control Houston inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we continue to monitor the progress and the return of Crew-9, including NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The cadre of astronauts and cosmonauts departed the International Space Station yesterday evening at 10:05 p.m. Central Time with the hatch closure and farewell ceremonies before the undocking command was given, and the Dragon Freedom spacecraft would depart the orbiting laboratory at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. Since then, the Dragon has executed a series of departure burns to put them on the proper trajectory to bring them back home to Earth, and then now the crew in an off-duty period getting some rest before deorbit activities. The deorbit burn that'll bring Dragon on that trajectory back home to Earth will occur later on this afternoon, currently scheduled for 4:11 p.m. Central Time, with an anticipated splashdown off the coast of Florida at 4:57 Central Time. We will continue live audio coverage throughout until we pick back up with NASA Plus coverage beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central Time on NASA Plus, the agency's website, and social media channels. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.